Yeah. Yeah. Am I in focus? Maybe I'm just blurry IRL. Maybe I'm just blurry IRL. Hello. Yo, Stooge. Wait, why is my thing not going up? Why my thing no go up? Adam, Stooge, Nadio, how's it going? Kravia, welcome. The gang's all here. Gang. Mooncake, how's it going? So, my cats are good. Cats are quite well. I've got 2 of them here at the moment. Yeah, well, yeah. They are meowing constantly because they want to go outside. Because I've been taking them on like little outside adventures. And then trying to get them back inside for like 2 hours. Well, just lady cat mainly. Girl cat's fine. Like going outside and stuff. But other than being really annoying, yeah, they're quite good. Alright, let's get straight into it. We're gonna go physical feat. We're gonna go PP feat test level. I need to turn those particles off. Cool. So let me know if the music's too loud, or if I'm too loud, or if I'm too quiet, or, you know, if I'm too loud, or if I should just talk less. Like, is it the frequency of the talking? Sol, thank you. I feel gorgeous. I'm doing good. I'm doing quite good. Music's a bit quiet. Okay. It's a bit loud on my... Wait, if I do this, though... Okay, that does turn it up overall. But then I can turn it up at the OBS level. Crank that bass. Despite all my rage, I'm totally addicted to bass. Whoa. Despite all my rage. Side by Side gives us partway through AI training, but yeah, true. That's true. It does kinda. I think what we're gonna work on today is just doing. We're gonna put the training harness back on. Still playing with feet. That's right. I'm all about that feet life. Who up training they feet? Who up simulating they feet? Any feet lovers in the chat? Alright, it's a bit loud for me. Actually, I can just turn it down here on my speakers. Cool. Gonna be a video eventually? Yeah, everything will be a video. Everything will be a video, and everything will be a game eventually. totally addicted to feet. Whoa, whoa. Alright, so if character does character things, yeah, they're fucking dead. But so last time we had some issues with it, with the motors, like, spazzing out, the leg motors. Yeah, let me put this rotation. The leg motors were causing issues, but we kind of rectified them by just giving the leg, well, not the leg, what are they called? Well, yeah, the leg and the other thing more mass. And turning off mass conditioning. That was, like, the main thing. So, yeah, now that, like, it's not... I mean, it's still kind of, like, spazzing out, right? But it's not, like, glitchy spazzy. It's just that it's moving way too fucking fast because it's fallen over. So... what I want to do now... also, this is just using a P controller. Not a PD controller, or a PID. Which we probably... I don't know if we need a PID. I mean, it depends. We're going to have multiple interlinked PID controllers. But yeah, so we probably don't need balance. Maybe desired movement vector X, Y. Which is just taking the up vector. So yeah, let's just say desired movement vector XY is just gonna be X. X positive 80. X positive 150. That's our, like, walk, right? I was watching the VOD wondering, do you use custom water visual shader or do you use the built-in Unreal visual shader? I know you do custom particles all the time. I use completely custom water shader. And also water system. So... let me show you. But yeah, so the actual, the water itself, as in, like, what the water looks like. Where the fuck is my water? Hello? I mean, there's some, but where's the rest of it? Okay, it's back. He's back. Yeah, like the visuals of the water, as in, like, how it looks. It uses the single layer water shader type, but it's not. Essentially what the single layer water is it does a separate render pass for the water. Like, it does it kind of after, you know, it renders the stuff behind the water. Kind of like translucency, but the thing is that it will only render one layer of the water. So if you've got, like, 100 different water, you know, meshes stacked on top of each other, it doesn't increase the cost. It kind of just renders it as, like, one... like, you won't be able to see the one underneath it, behind this. But then the way the water actually behaves is also got nothing to do with Unreal's stuff. Because it's like a... how do I even... it's basically... also ignore the white particles, they're a bit crazy. But yeah, like the behavior of the water is separate to the surface look of the water, if that makes sense. and that's all in the Prismatoscape plugin update. Not yet. Not the current version. But soon TM. And yeah, we can make the waves bigger and whatnot. Using Gerstner waves, sort of. I'm using Gerstner for the directional, like the directional waves, so the shore waves. So if I just pump them up a bit, you can see they go in the direction of the wind, and then I apply a time distortion to them to sort of get that like overlapping, kind of messier looking wave. Because usually you'd do Gerstner waves in like a bunch of different directions, but then it's like, okay, well, then there's kind of no directionality to them, which I find lacking. And then I do a custom RVT gradient that goes around islands and stuff. So that can be edited, you know. That can be procedurally done. You know, you can just put it around anything if you want. Oh god, I can't. Yeah, anyway. So if you like procedurally generating islands, this can work with them. But then on top of just the lines, we apply like an omnidirectional kind of, if I just turn those down, we just have this kind of noisy, this runs off a flipbook. So it's just like a pre-rendered, essentially like a pre-rendered wave animation that just loops over and over. But that's basically just there to, you know, basically just there to noise up these ones. So we have the kind of funky looking, weird looking Gerstner waves, and then the big messy ones on top. And then on top of that again, we do some like little micro, like this sized waves. Yo, Chura, how's it going? Welcome, welcome, welcome. How's the stream? Is this a product you can just buy? I'd love to read through the techniques. Currently, it's more of a, it's supposed to not use distance fields and have the same effect around the islands. Yeah, when I say it's like a distance field, because like you know, the character's this big, a distance field only extends like 200 units before it, you know, doesn't do anything. But this is just like, it's almost like a custom hand-placed distance field to do the big waves going in. So yeah, it doesn't actually require distance fields. All of this should, in theory, work with forward shading as well. But yeah, currently the plugin is more of a, like an interaction system. So like the grass, you know, all the grass interacting with the fella. So it does like surface interaction, you know, if your characters are doing funny, I don't know, playing around in the grass stuff. And then it also, there's a wind simulation. So you can do like explosions and magic and whatnot. And none of that is, like, none of it's animated. It's all just in the shader. Or none of it's stateful. Color gradient also gives more direction. Yeah. Well, it's technically just the gradient of the distance field because the waves move back and forth based on the direction, like the Gerstner circular kind of stuff. Yeah, so that's the gist of it, but currently I'm doing this water update. Not this stream, but just soon TM. Which, yeah, handles the simulated water. It'll have buoyancy, it does rivers and stuff. And it also does rain, so if it's raining, then water will pool, you know, pool in, like, crevices and gutters and all that, and actually, like, flow down. And also the wind affects the water. And the you know, character and stuff affects water and all that. So it's all like a big multi-layered interlinked system. And it's infinitely extendable. So like the blue zone is the fallback water. The orange zone, I call it emulated water, which runs the same shader here, but it renders it to a render target, which makes it way easier for like buoyancy calculations and for particles to look up from. So instead of every single particle needing to run, you know, 1,000 lines of shader, you know, the Gerstner waves and the flipbook and the whatever, they just look up from a render target. So, you know, it's pretty low res render target. But yeah. And then in the middle zone, the pink zone, that's fully simulated. Like real-time simulated water. And so the particles can lerp between, you know, the emulated zone and the simulated zone and do its thing. Yeah. It is on Fab, yes. You can get it on Fab for 35 America dollars, I think. Which is quite cheap. It's a bit of a bargain, but it's also like, you get what you pay for, you know? Like, I'm not a 24/7 tech support selling a $200, $500 plugin for big studios and whatnot. But yeah, once the water update is released, I'll be putting the price up like another 10 or 20 bucks. So if you get it now, then you can save a bit of money. There you go, Amethyst linked it in the chat. Groovy, yeah, have a play around with it. There's a documentation playlist on my YouTube on how to set it up and how to, like, you know, alter it and whatnot. But the gist of it is just render targets, you know. Just good old render targets, doing render target things. So that's like the water render target. If I go down here, you'll see it. So this is like the water render target. This is how it simulates. That's the wetness. I think this is the depth of the water. These are the normals, which are calculated based on the depth. These are the velocities of the water. This is the something, I think, world position of the water. This is the foam, foaminess. And then, yeah, wind doing wind stuff. So this is what, like, the foliage reads from. Although the foliage also reacts to the water, you know? Like, if you look at the water, if the foliage is in the water, then... And if the water's moving. Yeah. Although I think that actually feeds through the deform render target. Yeah, it does. So this is how, like, the feet interact with the thing. So this is telling the grass, you know, how should you be bending? And whatever. But then the water also draws to this. So over time, the grass will bend in the way of, you know, if there's rain or like river overflowing or whatever, it'll flatten all the grass out that way. So yeah, lots of cool. It isn't. It's not free, but it is cheap. I'm locked to 60 FPS because I'm streaming. But the thing is, like, once it's set up and tweaked, the performance doesn't change. Like, you know, how many blades of grass are there? I don't know, 10,000 on screen. It doesn't matter if, like, all of them are moving and whatnot, or being interacted with. Like, the cost stays the exact same. Only if I submitted the 5.7 update yesterday or the day before, so it should be there, or I mean, I'll check my email and see if it thingoed. What would be the MS goals? Is just the water stuff alone? Depending on your system and the resolution of the render target, and if you wanted to do like the ocean as well, like the whole system, you know, I can just, where's P? Alt P. Let's go stat gipu. With all these stupid particles going, it's 3 milliseconds for me. Without the particles going, let me see. Where the hell? Where's my escape? New water. Particles base. Let me just turn off the funny particles for a sec. So the system in general is okay, even without all those parts. Yeah, about like between like 2.5 to 3 milliseconds. But that's at like, that's running everything all the time. And I haven't like tweaked any settings or like, you know, max quality basically. Many things are way cheaper. Yeah, that's also true. I think even like maybe because I had the actually yeah, no, there we go. Because I had the the Niagara editor open, or the editor window open. Okay, 1.5 milliseconds. Like everything's functioning 1.5 milliseconds. Right, yeah, I was running it twice because I had the Niagara thing open. So yeah, you get all this interaction, you get all of that for a flat 1.5 milliseconds. That doesn't, keep in mind, that doesn't take into account the actual rendering of the water surface, which is a, well, it's single layer water. So it'll, actually, it might not even show up in the shader complexity thinger. There you go. It thinks it's pink, but I don't really pay attention to this, you know. It says here single layer water is 2 milliseconds. But I think a lot of that 2 milliseconds is because like I've got a lot of different tiles and they're like overlapping and okay, now it's at 0.7. So I don't know. Huh? Putting Lady Cat in here. I intentionally wanted her out there. She's so loud. No, that's fine. What a cat?
I put a monitor box on the door.
Yeah.
It's like completely knocks it over.
You're naughty. You want to go outside? No outside for the cat.
Did you see what I said about the
About the?
stream elements?
What about it?
Well, that I can make the cans if you just give me the
Login. Oh, it's a stream elements.
Yeah.
Right. So I'd need to.
You just link it.
I'd need to get stream elements.
Yeah,
Or
you
like,
just
yeah.
go on the website and it's literally like link Twitch and if you log in.
Yeah.
And then we'll set up something.
Okay.
Mom.
Yeah, we got Prismata Mom.
That's only directed at Adam.
I don't think you look like my mum.
I don't think so. My wrinkles aren't that bad. Reading the YouTube. No, it was only him. Say that.
The what?
It was only for Adam.
Oh, right.
I realized after I did it.
Oh god. Yeah. Anyway.
Tell them.
What? Tell what? Sorry, I was.
It was just for Adam.
Yeah, she was just saying that. Oh. To Cat Pie. Just relax. Alright, let's go back to feet stuff. Can you close my door a bit? I'm trying to keep the heat in. Huh? Well, can you... No, it's fine. I'll do it after, when I pee or something. Yeah, she's just looking out the window. Oh, where is she? There she is. Lady cat. Hello, big fatty. Oh, off she goes. She's coming back out. Oh no, she's just sitting on the mat. Alright, back to work. Back to twerk. Let me catch up on all the chat. Are you using the new voxel terrain, or have you seen it? I haven't seen it, and I don't use it yet, but I may use it in the future, possibly. Sorry, let me go all the way back. I got very sidetracked. Also, Chura, if you're still there, thank you very much for the raid. I think I welcomed you in, but then I just, you know. All right, we're going back like 20 minutes. Custom water. Pawek Lebowski, if you're still here. Ultimately, you want to run this on skeletals. No, this will run... The skeletals will follow this guy. So this is the basis of the movement of characters. Which it's not doing a very good job right now, but that's what we're working on. Can you please make a tutorial for that water at some point? Yes. Everyone knows the customer really model a system. Thank you. Using full nano sim to render target for local area water, right? No, it's just using regular meshes and stuff. So no nano. I don't use nanite. Chura, who's so much happy to see you streaming again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I hope your stream was good. Any tutorials about forward shading? I don't. I've never used forward shading. I've only been doing game dev for like 5 years. Which makes me feel old, you know? Like, I feel like it was only yesterday that I started game deving. Yeah. But yeah, I just haven't had enough time to like do. I've only done what I've done, you know. There's a lot of gaps in my knowledge, and there probably will be gaps in my knowledge like forever, you know. Because like, when am I ever going to use forward shading? Probably never, because deferred shading just has so much cool shit you can do efficiently. Cost of the water sim, blah, blah, blah. Someone to buy plugin. Yes, on the Fab store. Love the shoreline waves and foam. Thank you. And the simulator, what's around the player, what happens when you go back to an area. So the simulation would reset. It would clear, although it does... let's say you've got like a river, right? There's a fallback mesh for the river. And then as you walk, you know, let's say you're walking up the river, the edge of the simulation is set to be the same as the fallback. And so it will seamlessly kind of just transition into thingo, into simulation. Man, I watched your videos like a decade ago. I don't remember. It would have been a few years ago. It hasn't been that long. I've only been gone for like a year. Then we're talking about editor performance. I think we're working on this game, physics-based dudes fighting, super fun stuff. Yeah, yeah. That's what I'm always working on. I'm always working towards, you know? Like, I'm kind of developing a game, but more importantly, I'm developing myself. Developing my skills and my ideas. Have you ever tried making a custom game engine? I feel like the kind of guy that would join the experience. I don't know programming very well. Which kind of, I don't know, it might sound a bit bullshit, but like I don't know any written code. I'm a Blueprint Giga Chad. I'm pushing Blueprint to its limits in Unreal. And also like shader graphs and the Niagara graph. There's going to be an ad playing. So I'm going to play an ad, but I'm just going to get this set up. And then I'll continue catching up on chat. And those of you that are subs, those of you that are subscribed, you get some alone time. We finally get some alone time, me and the subscribers. And I guess YouTube, because YouTube, the ads don't sync up. I don't even know if you can choose when to run ads on YouTube. Okay, feet, base. Based feet. Let's go event graph. Alright, let's get our... harness location, cool. Okay, so we have our harness. And he trying to do the thing. Let me get that print string gone. I need to set this to movable. Oops. No, fuck. What the fuck? What the fuck? Movable. It is set to movable. Right. So just like to... You know, I might make it thinner. Yeah, you know, that's probably fine. Okay, cool. So we want him floating because we just want to look at the ground and be able to do some funky goodness. Alright, and it looks like we're back. Right, still catching up on chat. So then Amethyst came to the room. Do you have any recommendation for a 3D mesh viewer? Been trying to find a decent mesh viewer that's not made out of web tech. Impossible. I just use Blender, honestly. Literally, like, anything that's 3D, I just use Blender. That's all I know. I only know Blender. Blueprints on the way, yes? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Danok. Wish you a good train. Thank you very much. How long did it take to make this system? The water system or what I'm doing right now? The funny feet man. Because this one's been 5 days in the making. Or 5 sessions. Anything limited blueprints that you wish you could do? Not really. Anything that, like, I know I need to do a specific thing in, like, C++, I can just, you know, put it in, like, a blueprint function library. Like, essentially just expose it to blueprint. The water system. I think... I can't remember. It was at least, like, a couple of months. Maybe 2 or 3 months solid of, like, streaming. That was while streaming as well, keep in mind. Which is kind of like a... For me, it's, like, probably more efficient because when I stream, I work for longer because there's people watching. But I also get distracted by, like, showing people stuff that I have worked on. Or, you know, catching, like, every 10 minutes a new person joins the chat and they're like, oh, what are you working on? And then I take half an hour to explain what I'm working on. Oh, cool. What are you working on? Great question. So, like, we previously had this, like, Previously... Oh, actually, you know what? I haven't explained this, what the hell I'm doing yet. But, basically I had this character movement system that was based on, like, a ball bot. I know it was a joke, but there are some people that are actually, you know, that could be caught up on what we're doing. So basically, physics, character movement plus physics is like a joke in Unreal Engine, because it's like not, it's like impossible to do, because regular character movement is just like, I'm moving at, you know, 10 units per second this way, so we're just going to get the location, then we're just going to offset that location, you know, by some amount each frame. But then when you run into like a physically simulated object, and you've probably seen it in a million games before, but you like bump into a physics simulated object and it just yeets out of the way, because your character is like the absolute truth. It doesn't really care about... It's not running in the physics engine, essentially. So we are rectifying that by doing it in the physics engine. But then you also run into things like, you know, you could just have a capsule that you move around with forces that just like hovers or slides along the ground. But then you also don't get much... you don't get feedback to the physics stuff. So, like, you know, if I jump, the force of me jumping pushes this thing down and makes it wobble, you know? And if I time my jump right, I can jump way higher. And if I run around in a circle, this floating platform will rotate the opposite way. And if I pull a character along, and like you know, all the physics checks out. Like I can pull this character, he'll fall off. I don't know. I can pull him into other characters and whatever. And instead of just being blocked by other characters, you can push them around and move around and whatnot. And like friction applies, and you know. It all checks out, basically. So, that's the idea with that, is that we don't have any fake forces. Yeah, by, like, making physics object yeet, but then you know, stay on top of them and, you know, and get yeeted with them. But yeah, basically this system works really well. It is self-balancing, so there's no thrusting forces. There's a little bit of corrective torque, but torque doesn't really fuck up the other stuff. But yeah, it basically just falls apart when you're doing like slopes and stairs, because it's a continuous collision with the ground, which isn't really how humans work. You know, we have a... We move our feet in a circle, like the ball, but we, oh god. Yeah, that was gonna... Yeah, we use feet. So, what we're doing now, what this stream is about replacing the ball with feet. So same kind of idea, we try and maintain an upright position, but instead of rotating a ball, we rotate our feet around like that. Yeet is the scientific... Yeah, exactly. It is getting replaced, Adam. Yeah, I'm doing... The core concept is, yeah, getting I guess, replaced. Which one's the... Fucking widget's gone. Piss. Oh, fuck it. Let's do some work. Okay, so what is our update cycle? Let's do debug values. Alright, so calculate center of gravity. That is definitely the first thing we do. Where is our current center of gravity? We might possibly want to know the acceleration of the center of gravity. But, you know. Now, the fulcrum, we are just... Don't use control rig for that. I mean, simulate for next stairs, scaling mesh. So control rig is just for like visuals, you know. Same with like we could use physics control, which maybe is being confused with control rig, like the physical character, you know, physical character mesh stuff. But like a character mesh has way more moving parts, and I just want to like simplify it. So this is just like, there's no knee joints either in this setup. The leg can just like retract. You know, we've simplified human. We've simplified leg down to like its very base. For performance sake, because we obviously want lots of characters if we can. Physical animations. So physical animations, it wouldn't be able to like balance itself, really, without like a lot of help. Because like you could just, you know, you could lock the pelvis in place and just use regular character movement. But this is more about the actual movement of the character itself, not the animation. And then the animation will just follow, you know, as this thing walks. Then, you know, we play the walking animation in sync with the feet. The running or walking animation. But yeah, this is just more about the thingo. Yo, Trickery! Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. I'll wait for everyone to file in. Everyone shuffle in. I need to swirl this around to get all the chocolate off the bottom. Trickery, how's it going? Welcome in. Welcome, Raiders. I am working on feet stuff. So if you're into feet stuff, this is the stream for you. How was the stream? What were you working on? Tell me all about it. Give me the rundown. Footsteps, kind of. It's more like, yeah. Well, basically, it's a physical character movement system. That it'll be balancing itself. Physical control rig, pin, legs, arms, powers, let all other parts go, sim well. I mean, I do still do that for gameplay reasons, like if a character's got a broken arm, or, you know, we want them to look floppy, then physics animation comes into it. But what I would do, if I was doing physical animation, is I would pin the pelvis of the character to our simulated walking robot. So we can do both. We can have the physical movement, or the physical locomotion of the character through the world, and then also the floppiness of, like, you know, to make it look nice, I guess. Because we want the characters to really be walking, because then heaps of funny stuff can happen, you know? And we like funny stuff. So I wonder how... I mean, the fulcrum is kind of important, but I also don't know how to... How do we check if we're in a fulcrum zone? Or do we even need to... Probably don't even need to worry about the fulcrum. We can probably just give it like a little radius. Because like if I'm... Yeah, no, yeah, we'll just go with in between the feet for now. Although... Yeah, no, yeah, it's... Yeah. I don't even think we use that right now. Let's just get the rotation, the slope stuff working. So appendage lean offset. This was to do if we wanted to start leaning in a direction or lean back the other way. Balancing, progress strides, move appendages. So let's just do this for now. And then this is our... Once we have... this is like... Get... create target locations. This is actually move shit. And then this is all pre-processing. Let me move it down. I was just vibing some games and a game engine. Hell yeah. I'm also a gamer myself. Sometimes. Alright, let's new function. Let's call this stride slope stuff. Oh, pardon me. Oh, good, Adam. Yeah, I didn't even have Twitch open. I can't do stuff like that through what do I use? Restream. I'm just a streamer. So, I think we were saying that our character capsule up vector I think we were also just using a... Well, where's our gravity up vector? There. We're just going to presume that our feet are always trying to... yeah, work against gravity. So if we we could dot using like the right vector as well, which might be easier than doing a bunch of like actual rotation shit. We're also just going to do, for now, we'll do a line trace by Chanel. Eau de Parfum. Line trace by Chanel. And that will be from our capsule get location. And we're going to start there. And then we'll just go down. Just go down and just get the fucking normal. Why not? Get you minus 1000. That's where you end. Cool. Out hit, break. And we get the impact normal. We need to cross that against our gravity. Gravity up or gravity down? I feel like it's the... You know what? Fuck it. We just... Oh, fuck. Let's just hard code. No, I think it is up. Yeah, it should be. You know what? Let's get gravy up. Gravy up. Vector. And this should give us a thing. Don't know what. Debug. Arrow. And then you can be location, line start. Get the cross product times some number. 200. And then add that to the location, and that gives us our end point. Bam. Line color. Green. Arrow size 10. Thickness. Down with the thickness. And then let's do for one frame. Okay. Stride, slope, calculation. Stride, slope, calculations. So, given our thing, cool. And then if I do this, oh, that scales by the... Wait, why is it doing that? So that's pointing perpendicular to the... like across the thing. What is it to do it? You're working on the game or the plugin? I'm working on both. They're the same thing. Well, actually, I'm working on kind of a plugin at the moment, but it's for the game. But I might sell it. Because it's cool. It is quite cool. Yeah, so I think I just need to cross that. Double cross. Oh. And this should give us the... like, down the slope? No, that gives us the... What the fuck am I trying to do again? Impact normal. Cross up vector. That gives us the... Actually, is it just a bug? Also, I don't even know if this is normalized. The impact normals. I don't know. So yeah, that's pointing across the slope. How do I usually get the I get this, and then what if I cross that against this again? Not the up vector again. This one. Right, there we go. Now it points down the slope. Okay, so what does that mean for us? Basically, I don't know. I just don't know. Yeah, cool. No, basically we need to figure out if we're walking forwards, how do we need to, like, tilt, you know, the legs this way and this way. Or, not tilt the legs, but alter the stride. You know? So that the feet are, like, keeping the body upright. So firstly, we could do... So this is our slope vector. Basically need to dot the slope vector with something. Or, I mean, we could probably just dot the hit normal. What happens if I cross the forward vector of the dude with the hit normal? You into there. Oops. No, that's location. That's the thing. Ugh. Also, I'll be right back. There's an ad's about to play anyway, so. BRB. We're back. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. How is everyone? Okay, so that does give us the... That gives us the side-to-side slope. So we could just take the z of... actually, does that ever... Yeah, okay, so if we took the z of this... let me just double-check, actually, that it turns with the... Yeah, okay. So basically, forward vector, so this one here... This is with the normal as well. Which, I don't know, we probably won't be using the normal... The hit normal so much, but we can generate a normal. Usually what we'd be doing is... You know, like in the case of like a step. We'd go the, you know, foot number 1 to the projected foot number 2. That would be the slope in this case. But yeah. So if we print string and do u by 90, this should tell us the side-to-side angle. 0 degrees, 45 degrees, yeah. Negative 45. Yeah, cool, 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 cool. Also, that shouldn't be the forward vector necessarily. That should be the movement vector. Movement XY. Because we want to stay upright. So that should be... Normalize 2D, but vector, you go there. Cool. Gravity. Don't need that shit. So this will give us our... Well, no, hold on. Even if we don't have a movement vector, hold on, let me think. If we're moving this way, right? We're moving this way. And then we do this. It's like, okay. You know, our feet need to tilt this way. But then they need to be offset like that. Whoop. But then if we start strafing to the left, our feet still do that, but it's just... So I think firstly we do just need the forward vector dotted, crossed. Capsule. Yeah, Cog, how's it going? Still on that locomotion struggle, that's right. Always. Always. Always, always. So then we could do right vector and do it that way. We probably also don't need to cross it, right? We could just go forward vector or right vector. Get the right vector, dot that against the normal. And that should give us something. Right vector. No. It needs to be directional, I think. I don't fucking know. Let's do this. Good, whatever time is it where you live? It is just about 11 PM. Also, someone was saying something about, is there a heat wave in Australia at the moment? No, it's winter. It's very cold in Australia. Remember how the seasons were? This one should give us the forward slope. Yeah. Exactly, Ice. My thoughts exactly. Uh, 5:55 AM here. He's trying to. Hell yeah! It's like, yeah, like 7 hours. It's weird how the Earth works. What do you want, Lady Cat? Hmm? Yes, I know you want to go outside. Maybe we'll go outside tomorrow if I wake up early enough. Yeah? Yeah. Pop up. Yeah. Pop up. Pop in. Pop up. Quick, quick. Come on. You can do it. Big jump. Big jumper. Big jumping. She'll be doing mostly asset librarian stuff. Goes the Humble Bundle Addict. I haven't. Yeah, I've missed out on some while I've been renovating. Here. Not the big girl. You wanna sit with me? Hmm? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You wanna sit on my lap? There's a tail. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Yeah. You wanna sit? Making biscuits. Making biscuits on my lap. so big and fat. Mm-hmm. You're a big fat cat. Why don't you hop? Hopping. At least she's calmed down. She just needs to be distracted, you know? So she doesn't want to keep going outside. I think I might take her outside again once we block all the holes under the house. Because it's like I like the cats to be able to go under the house if they need to. But it's also like when we're, you know, when we're like taking them out to get used to like the yard and stuff. And like, you know, to tell them to avoid the road and the neighbors and whatnot. It's like, if they're under the house, we can't just like get them back inside. You know, if like the sun goes down, then yeah. So I think we'll block the we will block the house, the holes under the house, and then try again. What are your specs? I have a 2080 Super, a 2080 Super graphics card, Ryzen 9 CPU, and 64 gig of something RAM. Are you in Australia? F feels like hostile territory for cats. Funnily enough, cats are the top of the food chain in Australia. Cats are kind of like a pest animal. You're not really supposed to leave them out. Because contrary to popular belief, Australian wildlife is like giga chill. But yeah, like I've seen my cat like, you know, having a showdown with a fox before, and like shit, like it was Lady Cat, and she was just like sitting there, like just like chilling, you know, like sitting there like a buff cat. And then this little weak ass fox is like doing like the you know the side eye, you know. Funny as. Look at the huntsman spiders running around. Huntsman spiders are cat food, essentially. Why is that not? Why is the cross not? Is something not? Wait, how can the length change? Doesn't make sense. The length should be world space normalized. Let me just check the right. How does that work? How can that get shorter? Is a cross product supposed to return a normalized if it has two normalized inputs? Why is it that when it becomes offline, it gets shorter? Is that normal? Well, anyway. We have our... Oh, fuck. Here we go. Let's call this... Print a variable. This is the slope... slope forward back. And then this is the slope side. Slope right left? I don't fucking know. In degrees. Because yeah, well, yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah, I'm like pretty sure we could just do a dot product though. But what would the downside of that be? We have the forward vector, and it's like, even if this is on a fucky angle, no, it does need to be across. Yeah. Okay, cool. What is Prismatica even about? Everything. Prismatica is about yes. It finally died. Some breaking in. Oh, we're going to a couple of years ago. Hell yeah. Fresh coffee machine, and hopefully fresh coffee. We got a coffee pod machine. You know, like the little coffee pod thingos. And it's quite good. They're quite yum compared to like the instant coffee. A little fresh ground, yeah. I mean, I think one day we might go to that length, maybe. But like sometimes it's like, oh, really need a coffee. You know, you just put the pod in, you press go, and it, you know, squeezes it out. Okay, so this will replace with look ahead stuff for feats. So we have the forward back. This is local to our guy. So when we go progress strides, we always want to let's see if I let's set. Okay. Let's go back. Let's go back. Okay, so to start, step length warp factor. Current step length 80. This stuff here, just yeet it. Fuck it. Just get out of there, brother. So we know the current step length. We know how fast our feet should be moving. we have our appendage doing all its thing. Length factor. Get the local stride values. So this is... We could try doing it... I guess it kind of depends, though. Like... Is the character ever really... Like, let's say this is our character. And, like, we're going up a slope. Right? Let's say it's like that. Is our character here? Question mark? Is this where our character is? You know? Because I don't really want to rotate the legs around, you know, like let's say like the stride is saying, oh yeah, this foot should be here and that one should be there, and then rotate them around some point. Because it feels a bit finicky. We kind of want to do everything from the character's perspective. So I guess more likely is... We need to know the... Well, we know the stride vector, which is where our legs are moving. Or which is the desired movement direction. So we could... We could dot that against the forward vector. Or not even dot it. So this is to rotate. Yeah, and then this is in local. I guess if we know how long our stride is, step length, sorry. So each step is 80 units, or whatever. That means that, like, well, basically for every unit forward, we go up. It's like triangles and shit, you know? So we know that this goes forward. Like at maximum stride step length, that's 80 units or whatever. And then based on the slope, which we have, we need to offset it, you know, by an additional amount for every forward that we go. So this is forward, this is up and down. So basically, we take the output of this, we can just do like a range. Actually, no, we don't even need to do that. We can do it. All right, hold on. I need to pee. I need to pee again. All right, I'm back. So I've figured in that very short time, there's kind of like a there's a static offset, which is related to the character's forward vector, kind of. Which is like what this is telling us. You know, slope based on the character, which is where we would, you know, tilt our feet. We tilt our feet forward by some offset, depending on, you know, how much stuff, how much slope. And also because our feet aren't originating from the same point, because we have like hips, it's either side of the thing, we also need to apply a static offset to, you know, to this, like that. And then on top of that, the actual stride trajectory of the stride gets altered by dotting the movement direction by that thing. So we need to do that. There needs to be two kind of offset thingos. But how do I want to do that? So that would just be crossed forward vector, right vector. And then this one only really needs to be You want to see the big suck? Yes. Please link. By suck, I presume you mean cleaning up the ocean with a big vacuum. Yep. Let me gaze. Let me see. Can I open it in? No, I can just. There's sound. Hell yeah. Sorry, let me go to. There you go. Yo. Nice. What'd you end up doing for the, Are they instant static meshes, or did you go particles, or? Hell yeah. Instant static mesh. Okay, yeah. Oh, and they turn into regular meshes once they're interacted with? Or do you, like, do you move them? Do you change the transform of them? Of, like, the instances themselves? Or do you turn them into physics objects? I don't know. Change to an actor. Yeah. Oh, right. So, yeah. So they're always an actor within range of you. That way you can do individual overlaps and whatnot. Yeah. Yeah, nice. I don't know if we need to do the cross product. I'm pretty sure we can just dot. Do some smart dots. If I've got forward and I say, oh, the slope's doing that, then if they were the same, and if it was like this. No, because then even if it goes sideways. So no, yeah, no. Cross is the way. Does it need to be in degrees, though? I feel like I actually want them in... like, normalized. Because it's like... For every sideways... we go up by... Alright, how the fuck does... What would that... That would be 0.707, right? But we kind of just want to be like... If our foot is going out that... Like, for every unit that we go this way, we want to go up that way. So 45 would almost be like 1, right? And then as we... That would be infinite. So what's my fucking math here? How do we math? Let's just like, okay, let's just look at our guy. A guy doing guy things, right? Being a guy. If we just said for every forward unit... Oh, this is in... Oh, no, that's right. For every forward unit, add... You know, add it to the Z. So that's now going at 45 degrees, right? But then it's like, if I wanted to go even more... Well, eventually it would just... fuck itself, right? If we, like... we do it too much. You know what else, though? That actually alters the length of the stride. Because that's like the back-forward... like, step length. Which I don't think I mind. Maybe? Because if anything, we'd want to manually be like... Because, like, it's more important that we can tell it how long should our steps be. So, like, if we're going up some stairs and the stairs are 40 units each, then we're essentially going, like, up and down. But then it alters the fucking... So maybe I do want to just rotate the positions, like the output positions, based on the slope, you know, forward and side to side. Rather than doing some weird fucking, you know, for each forward go fucking whatever. And I guess if they are angles as well, that kind of makes it easier. And if it is forward... So I have to get world location of the leg joint. And then add this as an offset to them. I guess we kind of need like a rest position, right? I mean, it kind of depends. Like the... That's just vague wiggles in the direction you expect. Yeah. Maths is not real, so who cares, you know? Yeah, let's do that in angles. Static slope forward, back. Static slope left, right. So this and that. So we would rotate it by, well, if it was forward, this is doing that. So we'd just do forward, back, left, right, and just add it to here, right? So the roll is the X, and the forward, back is the pitch, and the yaw is something else entirely. No, okay, so yeah, okay. So that's adding it as, well, for one, it's fucked. They should be swapped. Or something. Or maybe inverted, who knows. Yeah, so like, okay, now I remember. So this is about... This is the angle from the leg joint. But we want the leg joint to be going down. So that's this, the character capsule. But we want the... Yeah, no, it's about like the reference frame, right? Which, I mean, we kind of do know. Because we can just get the leg joint, the leg length, and then rotate it around that. I'm just thinking of like when we crouch, it's like, okay, well, we don't want to, you know, if we're crouching, we don't want to rotate the stride around this point. Pardon me. And then, like, what happens if... What happens if we are on, like, a step? You know, like, 1 foot's higher than the other. Like, yeah, 1 would need to be... thingoed. Like, yeah, like, obviously there's a very easy... Like, this is the slope. Cool. We need to offset it. Also, when we're on a slope, like, yeah, if our leg maximum... Like, yeah, it's easy to, like, rotate it around this point, right? But we don't want one leg to get longer. We need one of them to get shorter up to the maximum of that. This is the known distance, the width, pelvis width. Yeah, yeah. I guess, like, we always want one of them to be, like, you know, if we're on a slope, we want one of them to be, like, the maximum length, and the other to get shorter. But, like, are we going off of the, you know, the, like, the up vector pointing and hitting the ground? Or, like, you know, the midpoint between the 2 feet, but that changes constantly, obviously. Well, yeah, I guess we just say... Let's call it current... Well, let's call it target crouch height, or target pelvis height. I always write P Elvis, like capitalize the E. So target pelvis height by default is 86. So then this is rotating. Well, this is local stride values. This is local stride value from the character origin. Where should the things be in local space? And then we do all this shit, and it's like, yeah, cool, 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 cool. And then we make a vector, and it's like, okay, yeah, also cool. So we need to rotate them around the feet, or the kind of, you know. So target pelvis height. Rotate Victor around axis in vector. What the fuck? No. Let's add pelvis height, then rotate vector. Then open this bad boy up. Then subtract pelvis height. Or target pelvis height. That's not subtracting. This is subtracting. And this is in local. Then we rotate the entire thing around the pelvis. Or should I... No, well, yeah. We also need to do... you know, we'll do that later. Because essentially, I was thinking... if we're... Let's say we're on flat ground. And our capsule's like this. It's like, cool. You know, we're just walking along doing normal stuff. But if we're leaning over to, like, accelerate... it's like... And our feet are, like, here, right? It's essentially like we're on a slope. Like, our legs would... If we had knees, would look like this. Like, we just rotated this picture 45 degrees. It's the exact same stuff. So, like, instead of using, I guess, the gravity vector, we'd need to add the up vector of the fucking thing. Well, no, I guess we just... Like, regardless of... Like, this is the slope from here to there. We just need to apply an offset of the up vector to that slope value thing. Yeah, so let's just go back. Let's press play. Alright, we've got the man doing the thing. We also need to... Actually, no, there's not much we need to do. Let's just say rotate the pitch by 45 degrees. So this will maintain the same... What the fuck is that doing? Rotate vector. All this shit. Make vector forward. Up-to-D, down-to-D. Oh, right, no, there is no... No, there should be. Alright, let's just do, like, roll. 45 degrees. Is anything happening here, is what I want to know. So what was that going to do? That was the rotation of the feet. Ah, I see. It's, okay, so that did the yaw, and that's fine. Why won't, like, the roll and the pitch do stuff? Let me also just get target current step length to 80. Just so we can actually see what's going on. Okay, so... Okay, that is... doing some upward slope. But it doesn't look like 40... Like, if I said 90 degrees, then it should just kind of... It still doesn't look like... Target pelvis height. What about this? What did I say? The reference appendage length 86. But pelvis is, well, obviously it moves, but our fella doesn't. Where's the leg? So that hovers around 90 or something. I mean, look, it is kind of working, but also, is it? It's doing something, is you know. So that's just back and forth. I guess it, I guess because it's not a symmetrical stride, it's kind of like it goes back more than it goes forward. Maybe if I just... Is that how real people walk? No, it's about equal back and forward. Maybe I just need to take the X. Sorry, let's go stacked. The X and just like shift it by... Oh, I know, it's the Y. The Y is the back forth. Yeah, I don't know, maybe shift it by, like, 5 units? No, sorry, shift it up. Add 5 units. But it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't actually matter. At all. No, now that just looks like it's too far forward. I don't know. Oh, you know what? I could literally just look at what's the apex here. 20 units forward. And then here, 30 units back. So maybe I should do add 5 to it. But not you. I need a little snack. I'm just gonna make some toast real quick. An ad's about to play. Yo. I'm back. Just had a thought. We probably want this. Probably want to do this instead of the target pelvis height, because the target pelvis height is because we're rotating the stride, the trajectories, in local space to the thing. So I actually don't want to do it based on the target pelvis height, otherwise we're going to get some weird fucked up shit. Alright, so then yeah, 45 degrees. It looks roughly like 45 degrees. Let me do a debug dude. Is it the reference appendage length there? Where do we set 0 to be? Minus 86. So it is... Yeah. My John, how's it going? Do the roll 45, then we should, in theory, get no. The roll is a fixed offset. Yeah. Kind of. Well, okay, yeah. The roll. We need to get the joint, leg joint. Not really world location. We want to get its relative. Although that's... because we move the capsule around, it's kind of hard to do. You know what we could do? Do we have a pelvis location? Get pelvis location, which is our character capsule. Offset, rescale, give us the new thing. Sick. Pardon me. So then we'll go pelvis location, distance to world location of the thing. And that gives us the hip length from the center. Yeah, because each leg, every limb doesn't know about the other limbs, right? So these are just like joint. You know, I might even do some debug values at the thingos, where all the joints are. So let's do another down here. Do a debug sphere. This will be, well, for each appendage. For each fella, draw these things. Pardon me. I also wanted to make the outlines a bit thinner. Main capsule, center of mass, capsule half height. No, that one's fine. It was the appendages. Initialize appendage. Line thickness, we'll go down to 1. For the capsules, I think. Yeah. I think the feet should be... You know what? I'll put them... Maybe 2. 2 is a good number. I think what I should do is when I'm like doing this rotation stuff, when I'm doing no, sorry, I was doing debug values first. Let's do that. Draw debugs. Lady Cat, what are you doing on my desk, huh? Are you looking up the breadcrumbs? Yum. Is that yummy? You like it? Hmm. What is it, fatty? Ooh, you're so funny. That's it? You wanna go outside? Hmm. What is it? Funny tail. You wanna sit? What arm do you want to sit on? Hmm? Hmm? Aren't you sweet? Yes, you. Mm. Is that good? Scratchy. Oh, don't fall. Funny, funny, funny. Boom, it is cat. Cat is cat. Such a funny. Alright, back to work. No more cat. Cat is banned. Leg joint. Location. Get world location center. Do you like that? What color is a leg joint? Legs give me like, yeah, like orange vibes, you know? So there's our leg joints. Thickness, thick. Damn. We also want to do a debug line. From one to the other. Feet are yellow, and the conjoining one can be a different orange. Okay. Cool. Okay, so I think what we want to do is in our stride, progress stride, instead of using the world position as like of the joint, we kind of want to do... I mean, I could do this and that, but I'm also thinking like, each appendage should probably have a reference to where, you know, it's kind of, essentially like the center between it and its paired appendage. So if we've got like a dog, and we've got like a leg and a leg on the other side. Then like between them, it needs to know where that center bit is. Essentially like the capsule width. Because the stride is calculated from the shoulder, so that we can just apply like a stride, right? Walking. It has no notion of like left and right. It's just the left and right do the exact same movement, you know, circular kind of whatever, just offset from one another. And then if we did that in 4 limbs, they'd be offset, you know. But we need to know where they kind of join in the middle, each pair. Or not even each... Well, kind of... Almost like a square if there's 4 of them, right? We need to know the back and the front. For some reasons? Question mark? I don't know. What's the genre of music background called? Reminds me of a lot of music from the game Toontown. It's all just the RuneScape soundtrack. It's like 500 different songs from that game. From the game. Let's go to our appendage struct, and we will call this the appendage I don't know. Appendage joint center. I'll just call it pelvis for now. I can't be I mean, like... like, this point here, up here, this is just your torso pelvis. Your upper pelvis. And should this be... Appendage pelvis... Well, not location, it should be pelvis like X offset or something. Well, yes, but like... to genericize it, you know? Appendage pelvis X... No, you know what, let's just do it as just an offset. Pelvis offset. Or is it pelvis offset or is it pelvis location? Do we want to tell it where its thing is, or do we want to tell it how far away it is from that thing? I'll just do the pelvis location. No. No, we'll do the offset, because that's just one thing to multiply by a scale number, you know. Alright, so then in here, when we initialize our appendage start local, appendage end local. And we'd also want the appendage pelvis. Pelvis offset. Well, no, pelvis location, and then we calculate the offset using the start and the end. Which at the moment is just character capsule. Well, yeah, for now, we'll just initialize. Initialize them like this. I mean, obviously on a horse, we do a different, you know, we do 0 to 3. And then we'd say selector, you know, get titty pelvis, whatever. Although, okay, maybe... because humans become quadrupeds when they're crawling. So maybe we should... yeah, fuck it, whatever. I don't care. So then start local minus this gives us the offset. Wait, what? This was 0, and this was 10 units that way. It'll be minus 0, so yeah, that's it. And then we just want to do... you know what? Chuck this in down here. Sick. Get initialized. And then in our progress strides, instead of using the world location, we use the pelvis location plus this guy. And the joint can fuck off. Something like that. So then we can actually tilt it. Where... Fuck. Is it? That's there. Wait, no, hold on. No, we do this around the pelvis location. Relative to pelvis location. We then need to add the pelvis offset to... I guess it's this, yeah, actually just straight up in here. Because we still want to rotate it around a central point. So now, if we do this, add pelvis location, get world transform. Oh. Wait. What the fuck is this giving us? This is the local pelvis fella? No, that's the absolute pelvis location. Yeah. Right, that's just to rotate it and, yeah, offset it down, but in its local space. Why the fuck are our feet going into the ground? Right. It's not this, right? Or is it that our feet are... Okay, no, okay. So now our feet are trying to, like, you know, be in the same spot. It's trying to walk like a fashion model. They're trying to go in the center. Although even then it doesn't look right. Is it because I've applied some fucked up value? No. Oh, what's our appendage offset look like? Start local minus... Oh! I'm using the local start. Which is... I just like... Let's do it pelvis local. And then get pelvis location should be. But look, let's call this get pelvis location world space. And I mean, look, to just get the fucking thing in, oh shit, in wherever. Oops, in here, we're just gonna do get location. Get world location minus this guy. That gives us the pelvis location. Well, actually, what did we... let's just fucking... get the... It's just whatever's going into the Z, right? In the start local. But wait, where's this local from? Because that goes from the physics and strength component, appendage start local. So that's just local to the actor, which is the main capsule. That's why that gets done. So then pelvis location local. Let's fucking do that. Right, and then in initialize appendage down here, appendage start local, pelvis location local. Gives us the offset. Then we can... Yep, he's just chilling, trying to do a thing. I wonder why they almost go, like, too far? They should be kind of pointing... That's another thing I need to debug, is the target transform. Break transform. Let's do a debug arrow. Line start is the current location of the foot. I guess it is the foot joint, right? That's the start, and then the end is here. Arrow size. I don't know. 3, thickness 2, line color, blue. Target transform. So they are trying to go, yeah, like in the center. Right in the center. So I think it is just some motor issues that's making them go a bit further, or... I don't know. Or maybe it's that they're bumping into each other. It's probably that. Okay, so now if we go to our stride stuff... you know, I might make them thinner. 2 and 1. Progress. Stride. Stride slop. Did I just close it? Close all tabs. Progress strides. Okay, so we want to get the pelvis offset and apply that to the local stride values. That's local from joint. From leg joint. Ooh, my poor neck. How's everyone going, by the way? What's everyone working on? Tell me all about your projects. What are you stuck on? Are you sick of, you sick of game dev yet? Okay, maybe the issue is that it should be this minus the offset? Am I just a dumby? What the fuck is happening here? Okay, hold on. Let's just do X offset, 50 or whatever. Oh, well, actually, X offset 50 will just do them to the side. No? What the fuck's going on here? Local stride from leg joint. Blah, 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 blah. Rotate vector by nothing. No rotating vector. Then we rotate vector by... make transform from pelvis. So we probably want to... we still want the reference get world location. We still want this transform to be from the leg. Well, no, because this is a world transform. So what does that mean for us? I don't know. Also, is X forward or sideways, in this case? If so, we said... move 45 units in Y. Does that move them forward or to the side? So that moves them forwards. Well, no, that's if their legs were that far forward. So this should now just go in. Now I feel like they're going to be splayed. No, we're just going forward too much. Weapon combat traces right now in C++ most is managed by an active component, but each weapon can have unique sockets or trace driven by data assets on equip swap to data provider. Nice! Hell yeah. Yeah, I do a very similar thing. Been fixing bugs after upgrading 5.2 to 5.6. I can use state trees for AI. Behavior trees are actual poop. I agree. Behavior trees are literal, literal poop. Okay, let's forget about the offset for now. I think we need to do the offset actually here. It's only really relevant to the rotation. And then we can just add that from the yeah. We're getting it. What's this doing? You just piss off for now. So we need this plus appendage pelvis up. You know, I'm just gonna fucking store that shit. Appendage pelvis offset. Or, you know what I could do, might make more sense, is store the fucking appendage struct. And just like, you know, pull it from there. Rather than like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't even need to set that, really. Well, actually, no, I use that down here a bunch. But then, like, I could just get... Whatever. Maybe I'll clean it up one day. Let's go... Can I just get... No, I have to break it, don't I? And then do this, and then hide. Alright, that's just annoying. Let's just... Okay, so we have our thing. The pelvis offset, so we plus the pelvis offset. Then we add rotate around the center of feet. And then we have to undo. Oh, you can add more pins, can't you? What? I'm so fucking dumb. So we essentially apply the offset, do the rotation, then undo the offset. Now we should get a normal looking stride. Yep, straightforward. Then if we say the pitch is 45 degrees, then we should be walking up a slope. Yeah-ish. And then this way it should be, oops, going like the sidewaysness. Like this. Why are you going like that? Sorry, I'm pretty useless with the thingos. Can I get the cat in there? There she is. Hell yeah. Ooh, big yawn. Big yawner. Yeah, so it is just plus and minus 15 in the Y direction. These are like 0, so that is just back and forth, yeah. And then we undo. That was offset. Then we apply this guy. What if okay, let's just not do that for a sec. This is just purely world. And then if I did this, it would just be going from the thing. Why are they just going up and down when I do that? That shouldn't be tilting. Is there something fucky happening in here, maybe? Getting the world location. Yeah. Target transform. Get normalized. Character capsule unrotate vector. Right, because we have to unrotate it from the limbs, from the joints, to then be like, hey, you should be pointing in this direction. And then that's for the feet, but let's just set them to 0 for now. No feet. Feet are banned. So yeah, this I don't know why they're going that way. Like pointing towards, I guess it's like under the... You know what I mean? Why are they going like that? They should just be going straight down, essentially. Let's get the... Let's go debug. Let's do a line from the leg joint to the target location. then if we do this, is it just that the... Aha! What the fuck is happening here then? It's saying that it should go to the blue. Is it just some... Is it some fuckery to do with the grabbing at location? Could it also be this? You know, I'll just do that because Unreal is fun. Can I, like, hold you in place? Okay. No, I need to... Oh, fuck you. Piece of shit. What's causing the extra little... bit of stuff? Wheel location of the leg joint, target transform. Get the direction of it. Unrotate it from the character capsule. Let's see, initialize appendage, set up leg joint. Free, any position. Z only, we're slurping. If we just set the drive parameters to like fucko mode. And we'll put our harness back on. If we tilt this way... yeah, so something must be going wrong with our conversion? Because the blue is where we're telling them to go, right? And that is fine. Like the blue lines. The blue line's our target. But why are we not reaching our target? Procedural movement. Yeah? I guess you could call it that. Yeah, physical movement. Digital robotics. Okay, when it's like that, it's fine. Oh, fuck, you know what it is? It'll be the way that I'm doing this. And the clue was that at 0 degrees, perfectly fine. At 90 degrees, also perfectly fine. It's at 45 degrees, or, you know, in between, that it's fucked up. And the reason is we're taking a vector fucking whatever. And just turning that into a thing. Because like Because it's normalized. Like, diagonal is 0.707, not, you know, 0.5, not 45 degrees. So, I guess we need to get back to... So, leg joint. Character capsule, blah, 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 blah. So, we almost need, like, the look at rotation, but I fucking hate doing that. Find look at rotation. I don't know. Fucking piss yourself. No, because look at rotation doesn't work. Because it wants, like... It's like for something where to look. It does a pitch and a yaw, but not a roll. Whereas we just want a pitch and a roll. Anyway, there's an ad playing. Oh, an ad about to play. So I'll... BRB. I'm going to turn my heater down as well. But we're getting there. We're getting there, guys. Just stay with me. Stay with me. It'll work. I swear. And we are back. Welcome back. Thanks. Have proceed project experiment where I'm making physical strand beast. Nice. Physical physics-based movement. Uses physics right to connect parts. A remakes of the design of one. Yeah. Okay. That's dope. Yeah, I guess you just if you have like the model, I guess, and then yeah, put in all the constraints, and then I guess because they run on wind, if you just apply like a force, in a direction, like an evenly distributed force against all the bodies, then it can just actually physically work. That's dope. That's super cool. If you were like yeah, I don't know. I guess it can't really be optimized because if you wanted to do it physically as like a kind of like, oh, this is how it operates kind of thing, as like a demonstration. Yeah. The other thing you could do is to kind of, I mean, yeah, you could essentially like bake a walk cycle, but then it wouldn't be like physically touching anything. You could also do you could make it like n number of legs long. Offset the thing. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, just do it. Yeah, okay, so it's a me being dumb issue, not a real issue. So target transform. How the fuggles? I guess we have to do like a rotation from fucko, I don't know. From so world location leg. World location target transform. Equal to rotation is given only a z-axis. Like, yeah, I don't know. This is just not my wheelhouse. This is not my millhouse. So if I... No, is that the back four? Like, what is this one even looking at? What does that even mean? Brother. Maybe there is no yaw. That's the thing. I could do it from axes and just give it the forward and the right and the up, but that's just like, what's this one? Where do I want it to point? Because if they're all 0, then we shouldn't get any movement side to side. We just get up diddy, down diddy. And if I do it that way, they should just be pointing out that way, you know? Very cool. So we just want to know where the dude need to go do the thing, you know? Let's just do like a fake, you know, just make them point 45 degrees out, right? And this should be giving us 707. Well, okay, no, we just need to, instead of just raw dogging, yeah, no, you know what, it's, we just need to use fucking arctan. It's like, this is the thing. Arc. No, tan. Atan. 2 degrees. YX. YX. As an inverse tan with a result is in degrees. Let me. How to get the pitch and roll from directional vector. You can calculate pitch and yaw directly from a single 3D directional vector because a single directional is a point of aim, like a flashlight, which does not contain enough information to calculate roll, which is rotation around the vector's axis. Well, no. Well. Alright, I have a dumb idea. If we get the forward vector and the right vector, and we do them individually. What is it? What is it, Lady Cat? Yeah, that should be normalized. Dot. Dot. I don't know if it's the right or the up. It's probably the... No, it probably is forward and right. Then we can just do our... So instead of just breaking it and shit, we just fucking whatever. And this is its local. And that also... Just do your... Wow, that... Yeah, that's exactly what it should be doing. I mean... Why is it never... Ow. Hmm. How does one rotate? Like if I say, oh yeah, pitch 45 degrees, then they go 45 degrees, bam, perfect, perfect. And then if I say the roll 45 degrees, then bam, you know, perfect. They're going that way. Cool. So how the fuck do I get a rotation, like a swing, back and forth rotation? I feel like the dot... No, I feel like that was an answer, because this is in world space forward, and then world space right vector. So the forward vector is... yeah, x, like it's forward, same as the capsule. Well, I mean, it literally is the capsule's one, because the joints don't rotate in the swing. But yeah, whatever. So then... and then we've got this thing, which is in world space. Blah, blah, blah. So yeah, if I fuck off. If I do a dot product, put that into there. So there it's almost, yeah, like, and then at 45-ish degrees. Well, it depends, doesn't it, on which one. Let me just say progress strides. Transform is just... well, we can just say step length 0. Where am I? Step... like, why can't I get the default? There it is. Step length 0. Oh, you know what? Let's go 1. Just so it... it's gonna look dumb as fuck. They're gonna be like going... we're taking 1 centimeter steps. Cool. So if we go 45 degrees... it's 0.4 something something. If we go to... oh no, that's not right. It's because our fucking... ugh. Our thingo. Our harness. Well, let's just visually do 45 degrees, right? That's about 45. There. Which is 0.707. Okay, okay. So we just need to... How do you undo... Because like a fucking a lerp... Not a lerp, a dot... It's giving us this kind of shit, right? Because it's like a fucking whatever. How do we undo that? Is it just like sign, or is it like tan or some shit, or like A-tan Ds? Is it just tan? You know, like what's the dealio? That ain't it. That's not the one. How the fuck do I... Is it in radians? Like tangent radians? Or do I need to like multiply it by fucko thingo? Hold on. It's about... No, that's not it either. Although we can go... Is it just the sign in degrees? How do I fucking convert this to a dude? No? No, because that doesn't even... Well, there's a... How to convert dot product to degrees. Divide the dot product by the product. To convert a dot product to degrees, divide the dot product by the product of the vector's magnitudes, then take the inverse cosine, arc cos. A cos degrees. Right, don't fuck with me. Right, that says 90 already. That looks like 45 degrees, which is one. Okay, hold on, yeah. So, what about, is there an A sign? Okay, that's it, A sign. So that's positive, that's negative. So we just get... Oh, that was a fucking journey, wasn't it? Now we just have to figure out which is the pitch and which is the yaw. I think it's this way, actually. Bro's legs big on. Yeah, he doesn't skip leg day. So now... Right, and we need to negate them. Yeah, I don't even think we have to mess with, you know, whether it's local or whatever the fuck it is. Keep in mind, this is all gonna go arse up if we do gravity shifting. Actually, no. This works better because it's using the vectors and the dot between vectors, which are, you know, omnidirectional. So it is completely local. So no, you know, I take it back. It works. So then this should just be pointing. What the fuck's happening there, though? Starts to go back the other way. I mean, to be fair, I don't think we'll ever go that well, it's probably worth being able to do fucked up shit. Actually, yeah, no. When we start crawling, that will actually matter. So why is that happening? I think it's just the up vector. Shouldn't that... Well, look, I can just do this, get the up vector. And dot that against this. And then get the sign. And then put that into there. And that should undo the fucky. Hold on. We don't need that in there now. Interesting. Okay, that evidently isn't the issue. Why would it be that... Oh hell yeah! Let me geese. Yo, that's dope. Let me zoom in. Let me zoom. There we go. Hell yeah. I can see what you mean about the yeah, like I can see why it would be lagging, because yeah, there's so many joints, but that's hella cool. Okay, so why is this happening? A sign. Goes to 45. And then it even goes up to 90. But then it dies. And it starts going back the other way. No, I can't do that. Do I need to do... What's... Walking yet? Not quite yet. We're just doing a lot of setup for it. So that's saying, yeah, tilt them 45 degrees back and then 90 degrees back. But then why can't I go past 90 degrees? Well, because obviously it's a sine. So it gets up to there and then it starts going back down. Which makes sense. But how do we unfuck that? Because I don't think the dot won't be doing that. Oh, unless that's... No, it should be going from 0 here. Oh, actually, no, it does do that, because it goes up to 1 and then it goes back down. That would be 1. We need it to be wrapping somehow, at which point it kind of needs to be a rotation, like a rotator, right? Well, no, because minus 180 and positive 180 are the same thing. Oh, how do I feel like I'm doing like a lot of pointless math, you know? Like, I feel like there's just a function somewhere that should be able to do this. But now I'm like, oh, like, get the fucking dot of the up vector, and then we're gonna, like, use that. Like, oh, when it starts going past here... Like, why can't I just fucking fucko? Because, yeah, like, if I just get this... this is so stupid. But if I get this, and we say... Well, let's flip it first. So 0 to 1, then we do its a sign times 2, and then add that to this, or subtract it from this. I don't know. Oh my god, this is so ugly. This is just okay. Fuck. Why does it, like, up until here it's good too, you know? It's like, oh yeah, I can do that. And then, but then there it isn't happy. Is it because we're clamping it? But that doesn't. No, because now it's just gonna, yeah, fuck itself. Which means highlights the pros and cons of this self-balancing active router orders from points what situation will be least impressive. Well, a minor clarification. This isn't a balancing ragdoll like some games do. Which some games would use, you know, like a whole character with like all their joints. Like this. And then usually what they do is they have like, they lock the pelvis in place. And then they want the hands to go, you know, towards some target. And the legs to go towards some target. And that's all relative to the pelvis. But it's not, they're not actually walking, you know. So like if they bump against something, then like their arm will kind of squish up against it. But, you know, if their leg gets hit or something, they're not going to fall over. So that's sort of like a... That's the most common approach to, like, physical animation. Which, it's kind of in the name, it's just animation. It's just physical animation. You know, like, you think of, like, a walking animation. Well, the walking animation doesn't actually affect the movement of the character. The character's just a capsule getting set. You know, get location, set location, and do that over and over again each frame. Which means that, like, a lot of physics jank happens, whereas if we do a physical character, then it will, like, affect things around it properly. So, like, if we were on, like, a, you know, like a floating platform or something, and we ran this way, it would kick the platform back. You know, equal and opposite forces, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, a lot consistency with, like, physical interactions. You know, if your characters are pulling things around, or knocking each other about, or pulling each other around, or attaching ropes to stuff, and you want the rope, you know, the friction of the other thing to be coherent, or, like, you know, if I grapple onto a log, and that log is, like, stuck between two trees, you know, it should pull the log back, the log gets stuck on the trees, and, you know, then I can pull myself up. But if the trees weren't there, then the log should roll and land on me. But for the most part of the last 2 years, I worked doing only UI. or worked on state-based systems, not use vector, remind me to be yeah, that's fair. That is fair. I don't know, maybe I can do a rotation from axes, but then it's like, how do I... No, because it's local. Local. Is the plan then to make a sort of physical collider as the body in the rough shape of a human body and then animating the scaly mesh using that? Yeah, so the capsule here... I mean, if I get a character mesh... Oops. Right, which way is this thing walking? It's supposed to go that way. Okay, can you not do that? And then if I move this that way... and down a bit. I feel like there's a weird offset happening. Yeah. So if I sorry, let me go back to the feet and make the strides 80 units long. Also, why won't... Oh, there it is. Alright, 80 units long. So... yeah, basically the capsule will be... you know, the capsule will be driving the actual movement of the thing. So it will be actually walking along physically. And the strides of, you know, the walk and the run and whatever, the foot movement is like roughly based on that, the character. Or on a certain animation, sorry. And then what we can do is based on, you know, the stride value of the capsule. So like this is 0, 0.5, 1. It loops back around. One of the source truth. Yeah, so this is the source truth. But we pre-scan some like walking, you know, values. So this is the source truth, but it's informed offline about from the animations. But then we use the source truth to then drive the animation so that the animation will, you know, within a few centimeters match the feet of the physical thing. And then we can also do some IK, you know, for like all the offsets. So like if the foot is like, you know, doing, oops. If we're walking along something like this, and like the foot is up here, then, you know, we can do IK to move the feet, just like the last, you know, few bits. Because, like, ideally, when you're doing IK, you want stuff in the best kind of, You want the joints in, like, the best possible position to then apply the correction. So, like, for things like walking up, like, let's say I've got a walking animation in, like, a normal situation. Walking animation, I will, like, manually do, like, a, you know, what are they called? Some kind of, like, yeah, correction for them to walk up the slope. Like a walking up slope animation. And then apply some foot IK. Otherwise, like, it can just look a bit fucky. Alright, let's get this weird rotation-y shit happening. Right, so I think we just want to get the sign. This, oh my god, delete! Brother! Let me close and open. No, F11 and then F10 and then fuck off. Let's just save all. Alright, feed base. Might be backward compatible with the standard animation. Without a huge amount of work for others. Yeah, like I want to set it up. Because currently I don't know how to do. I know there's a way to like create curves automatically, like using some, you know, get socket location and then make a curve from that. And then you know, it applies it to the animation thing, and then I guess from that I could just be like, get curve value at, you know, or just get the curve and convert that to a float curve or something. But yeah, being able to just get any animation and just harvest the, you know, the feet offsets from it would be handy to just do it automatically. Because yeah, at the moment I just went through and like clicked on the foot and, you know, manually did it. Alright, let's get the up vector of the thing. Let's put that into here. So this is -1. And as we rotate around... Yeah, right. So as we pass... Oh, yeah, as we go there... That's when it flips to positive. And so this is returning... So it goes from... I need to set the stride back down to thingo. Alright, we're gonna get jiggly feet again. Right, he's jiggling. So goes to 90. But then it just comes back down past 90. So if I... Right, we get this thing. We add 90. We essentially want to flip it around the 90 point. So we're going to add 90. Or subtract 90. Wait, fuck. It's something like add 90, multiply by the sign of the dot of the up vector. In fact, I might not even need that one there. Then do this, then subtract 90. Or it might be the other way around. And then you go into there, and you go into there. What does this give us? Alright, now we're facing the wrong way. But that all works, but it's the complete opposite of what it should be. Is it this that's fucked? Or does the sign have to be inverted? Or is it the plussing of the offsetting of the fucking thing? So that's all good, but then it's gonna do the fucked up shit. Try these around the other way. I could also just do like an axis clamp dealio. No, fuck. So it's like, now it just says it's 180. Then we go up to there. No, you bitch. Right, we don't... Because, like... This is gonna flip the other one, even if it's not... Yeah, no, this isn't gonna work. How the fuck do we do this? Ooh. Can I just turn the forward and the right vector? Alright, what if I converted this? Let's rotate vector. This rotated by rotation world. Get. Maybe it would be unrotate, actually. Then maybe we can do like a rotation from thingo. Yeah, because that's saying like, yeah, it should be 80 something units down. It's not normalized, so let's normalize it. So this should say like -1. Then if as I do it this way, that should then go to, yeah, 1. And that should be, well, that's also just 1, right? Oh no, that's -1, that's +1. But then it goes back up to 0 up the top. Just where the fuckiness comes from. And then same thing this way. 1, 1, da-da-da-da-da. Okay, so then we just need to do a rotation from from something. I don't know, X, Y? No, it's just a single vector. Like... Set angular orientation. Yeah, right. It's just the blue things. I just hate rotations. Why do they exist? You know, like, whose dumb idea? Because that's doing nothing. Great. We're up from Z, so there is no Z. Well, there might be, but it's not. Yeah, look, I agree. Yeah. Can I do a look at rotation? Between whatever the fucking, I think it's forward. No, it should be like minus Z. Because it's local. That kind of was doing something, maybe. No, but that's just giving us the fucking... Look at rotation is more concerned about the yaw, right? Like, yeah, it's just... Like, oh yeah, you need to go 90 degrees and then adjust the pitch. But it's kind of like, bro, I just want the swing, you know? I mean, no. If we think about it, right? If we're the leg and we're looking down, like, is it this? Like, I don't fucking know. Like, what are we even doing? Who the fuck am I? Like, oh yeah, we're looking, it's like negative 180. It's like, cool, wow, I really love it. Look at these nuts. Like, if I... Alright, dumb idea. We'll use unrotate vector and then just rotate vector. Right? Rotate it by pitch 90 degrees up. Then look at rotation. Target this guy. Start is forward X. then, you know, just... You know what I mean? Oh, and then, sorry, and then rotate it. Or like fucking combine rotators. You know, like something like that. I don't know. This shit's wacky. Why does it have to be so like simple but not? Oh yeah, no, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's perfect. Yeah. Maybe it should be minus 90. I just... Alright, you know what? For the sake of continuing to, like, do stuff, we're just going to do it like this, right? We don't worry about when the character goes upside down. That's... Or, you know, starts crawling. Crawling in my skin. I just hope he never has to, like, go more than that. Right, now I can't even remember where I was up to, like... Also, why does that not pop up? Like, fucking give me the damn details. Piss boy. Oh, fucking hell, alright. Let's see. Okay, so... We be striding. Now... If we... Right, okay. So now, in theory... If we just rotate... Yeah, okay, so now we're going up a 45-degree incline. Can go even, let's go like 77 degrees. Yep, and our steps are the same length. Swag. Let's just double check that the roll works. Probably oppose it. That should be using the left vector or some shit. I don't fucking know. There we go. Okay, that works. We keep kicking ourselves. Ow. 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 Bro. Ow. Stop doing that. You're gonna hurt yourself. Wait, no, that's not right. That's not right. That should just be... Well, actually, no, that is correct. Fuck, maybe we don't want to rotate the roll like that, because then they're just gonna... Okay, no, that's just wrong. rotate it around. Yeah, the pelvis offset. No, because it works. I don't think that's correct. What is our pelvis offset? Pardon me. It should be Y, you know, plus or minus 15. It is. Cool. But yeah, no, I think because in the opposite way of the stride, we kind of need to like when we look at it this way, right? Like this. Well, sorry, more like fuck the roll. Do yeah, like 60 degrees up. When we start pitching up, right? Yeah, we want the length of the stride to be the same. So that, like, if we are, you know, whether we're going up stairs or we're going... Yeah, but then with a roll, I feel like we almost don't want to do it. Because if we do the roll, let's say we like have this plane and we twist it that way, what's going to happen is that the feet are just going to get closer together until they're on top of each other, which doesn't make much sense. We want them to maintain the same width apart, but change the level of them. So in that way, we need to do some slightly different math. We don't actually need the appendage offset from the pelvis in this case. Although we do need the pelvis offset y abs times 2. Oh wait, not even times 2? Well, 2 would give us the distance between the legs on the hips. Kind of, though, because if we're strafing, if we're strafing, and then this is our stride going this way, which means that the well, no, because the slope is in the... Oh god, I don't know. Is it the fucking... You know what I mean? Do you guys know what I mean? Do you guys... If our floor was like this, then we don't want to... Pardon me. We don't want our feet... We want our feet to stay the same. Thinger. Because we have width, it's like if we were walking directly sideways, then our... Oh yeah, like if our hips weren't wide, then we wouldn't have to worry about, well, offsetting them up and down in the first place. But it's more so that, like, it's... I guess it's like the distance from... Well, I guess not the distance. Because, like, if we're looking at it this way, right, and I start turning the character around, the hips get, like, closer together relative to the, you know, the stride vector. Which I guess we could just dot the stride vector against the forward vector, and then use that. Do I even have the fucking stride vector? No, not yet. Well, okay, let's go stride. No, what the hell's it called? Movement. Desired movement vector XY, normalize. Then we dot that against the forward vector. So then we want to well, wait, what do we want to do? We want to get the pelvis offset. We need math. If there's a slope of 45 degrees. Well, okay, basically, if I've got a thing... Here's the hips, right? Pelvis, hip, hip. If I do this... then I want to know how much Z... how much the Z increased. It should just be the Z normal. Z normal multiplied by the... No. Well, okay, no, I could do... oh, fuck. So, if I do the roll by 45... No, okay, why does that stick out that way, though? I feel like it's not rotating around the right point. Right, no, because that's just rotating that around an infinitesimally small point. Yeah. If I said, like, oh yeah, do it, like, from 50 units over, and and then rotate it, and then unrotate it, then it would do some funky stuff. Yeah, because that's saying like rotate it around this point, so it's rotated it whoop, that way. Right, because that's rotating the back and... No, because it should be kind of just... Yeah, no, maybe that kind of makes sense. Yeah, I just want to add a fucking Z offset. Based on the tilt. And I'm pretty sure these are correct here. Like left-right slope. Set you to nothing. We go left, right slope at 40. Well, fuck you, I guess. Right. That's the back fourth, apparently. Oh, I know, that's just using the... Well, look, it gives us the right... No, it doesn't. Zero. Same fucking issue, right? Yeah. Okay, so... So we have the left... Sorry, right, left slope. Let's get that. How do we get I'm confused. We have the length of the hips. How do we get 5 from 45? No, sorry, how do we get... one from 45? Something like... I don't fucking know, bro. Sorry, no, it would just be... What am I... No. Ah, well... No, if I'm... My hip is here. And it is usually going that way 15 units. And then I want to move it up 15 units. If it's at 45. Whereas if it's like 90 degrees, then we're kind of fucked. Although, what does that mean for like 20... No, that's... It's past that it gets kind of fucked up. Should probably do this after the rotation. You know, it doesn't actually matter because we shouldn't be... No, this is just the... Although, does that... Yeah, no, actually, this should go after. Class vector. What's that going to rotate? Oh wow, look, nothing's happening. Great. And his pelvis offset. Slope right, left. Multiply. Alright, no, the right left was the forward back. Still not working. Cool. Where are all my other print strings coming from? Ah. Right. Okay, hold on. It's almost doing it. It's just the... should be subtracted. Now, is it actually at the right thing? I mean, it's hard to kind of tell. Because, like, if I go to 90, then yeah, like, I don't think that's correct. Because, yeah, like, at 45 degrees, it goes up 15 that way, up and down 15 that way. But, like... Well, if anything, we wouldn't want it to go downwards. But that's fine. But it means, like, as the thing gets... Because, like... In theory... On a 90-degree wall, we would want the leg to be, like, infinitely. Do you know what I mean? And then the other thing is that... Well, actually, the other thing isn't that bad. We would just need to rotate this around the thingo. I think that would happen after this. Because this is supposed to... That makes it like, you know, as we like lean forward and do that. But what we're looking for is that, like, if we're leaning forward 45 degrees, so it looks like we're going up 45 degrees. But in reality, we might be leaning forward 45 degrees, you know? Like this kind of doodad. So we're still pushing we're pushing backwards to then. So it's relative to our rotation. I don't know, maybe I'll need to go outside or something? Touching grass for normies? Yeah, it's kind of cringe, you know? if I did this right, if I got the pelvis offset, and then did this, and then added that rather than adding it before, then that could... No, now he's just going out. Oh, actually, no. Huh? Roll. What if it was 90 degrees? Appendage pelvis offset. That should be... Yeah. Oh, what is it, Lady Cat? Huh? Huh? Like, yeah, like, if I just put this into, you know, the Z or whatever the fuck it was. Sorry. The Y into the Z. Then we'd get, yeah, like one higher than the other. Hmm. Meh. What? Oh. You know, okay. I've kind of figured it out, right? So it's like, what is the... What do you call a line? Incline? What's the incline of a flat plane as the tilt approaches 90, right? Because at 90, it's infinity. What's like the fucking... the And then all I have to do is multiply that by the width of the hips, or the distance of the dude from the hip. You know what I mean? What is it, my girl? Huh? Hmm? What do you need? You need a little razzle and dazzle, huh? Need a little razzle. The slope. That's... Yes. The slope. That's it. Mm. You're a good girl. Grass is for smoking. Woohoo! She is, isn't she? She's a very good cat. Very fat. Big fat tummy. You could be fucking big tummy. Oh, you're so sweet. Can I get your ears? Can I get your ears? You relaxing? Yes? You relaxed? so good. Look at all that. Just fucking... So grabbable. Big fatty. Boop. All better? Now she's forgotten that she wants to go outside. Right, lettuce. Alright. How does the slope of a plane increase with rotation? The slope of a plane increases exponentially with rotation. Mathematically, the slope, m, is equal to the tangent of the rotation angle measured from the horizontal plane. Okay, cool. Wonder what's going on in that head? Probably not much. She just wants to go outside. I let her out for like... Well, I was just going to let her out for a little bit while Amethyst was at work. And then... she went under the house. I mean, she had like a look around. I was doing the washing. And then she was like chilling, you know. And then, yeah, she found the holes that go under the house. And we have like a little trapdoor for like electrical and plumbing access that goes under the house. Keep in mind, it's like you can't fit a person down there. But when the cats are outside, I've been letting them get back in from the little trapdoor. Use a bit of trails to block that off pretty easily. Yeah, I mean, we've got shit tons of wood. In fact, we've got like spare weatherboards that we could just nail over all the holes. Like super easy. Like there's only like three spots where they can get under the house and whatnot. And I think while we're kind of showing them around, it's, yeah. Crackhouse had a trapdoor. Hell yeah. It's just a place to, like, stash stuff. Ooh. Okay, let's rock today. So it should be this. Then we have the slope right left. Tan degrees. Tan in degrees. Multiply that there. Then that gets added up in here. Although, well, you know what? Let's just see what happens. Okay, hold my dick. This needs to be inversionated. The only problem is that the... Yeah, that's way closer. Yeah, that's like perfect almost. No, that actually is, yeah, that's straight up. Yeah. Cool. So basically, we now need to scale this by, like, if the rotation is this way, and the hips are, like, across that plane closer together, then... then that should just be the movement vector, capsule forward vector. Forward vector, let's just say x positive. Dotted against forward vector. That should be our thing? Because, yeah, it should turn around as well. So now if we do this, yeah, good shit. Ooh, that didn't look... Oh no, I guess it just looked funny because it was adjusting in real time. Yeah. Cool. So then what we need to check is if we were going sideways, and we rotate that 45 degrees and then go local mode, is this going to adjust appropriately? I can't really tell. That looks pretty close. I'd say that is working, question mark. Maybe not. Yeah, it's hard to tell. Let's see. The toe on that one is touching. And that one's not quite. Oh no, that is touching. So maybe it's working and it's just a bit fucky. If we keep going slopier, more slopuous. Definitely touching, that isn't. And then if we go up maximum, it should, well, now it's just confused. Not quite, I don't think. Are there any math people in the chat? What's the... Oh wait, you know what? No, I'm just dumb. Decide movement vector XY. Normalize, do the stuff, blah 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 blah. We need to do, well, we need to calculate the yaw from this shit. Yeah, if I said, well, okay, what if we do event tick rotation to vector? Is there a X direction after the... And then if we just say game time seconds and just do the yaw. So we're going to kind of strafe in a circle. And then we will make that the movement vector XY. That should be normalized. Yeah. Yep, so now we're going like 45 degrees, and then we should start strafing sideways. Yeah, obviously our feet are gonna get all fucking mangled, but yeah, we're slowly going around in a circle. Also, yes, I can probably disable collision in the things. So now that they're doing that, that is fucked. Okay, cool. Or is that just the wrong way around because it's walking backwards? Yes. Fuck. Can I... can I make this go faster? So now it's going backwards. It's still sloped good. Still in slopened goodened. That doesn't look quite as good. It's only when it's going forward that it's... Yeah, when it's going sideways, it doesn't look like it has the full... Pretty sure it's slowly walking... Well, yes, but... Yeah. Basically. Alright, let's take this bit out. Just do that. Let's just see if... I'm pretty sure it's working. Yeah. It's just this. Like when the... Well, anyway, let's just move to... We'll ignore that bit for now. So if I do this and we say, yeah, that's going up a slope, it's fucking not. Okay. Right, because we need to get the forward back. Static slope forward back. We need to rotate the bitch by that. sorry, the pitch by that. And then do this, and it's like, oh yeah, cool, we're going up the slope. And we go down the slope. Cool, 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 cool. And actually, yeah, no, notice that if it's like this, the more sidewaysness we go, yeah, no, okay, that's fucked. I was going to say that if we're going sideways, we don't actually need it to be tilted, right? It's just applying a tilt. Do you know what I mean? Tilt shouldn't matter of direction. Yeah, exactly, exactly. What does that just mean in our slope calculations? We just want to use our movement vector rather than the forward vector. Right, so like when it's like that, it's like, oh yeah, cool. No, that's wrong, and that's wrong. Well, actually, no, hold on. Is it? No, hold on. Forward vector, right vector. Degrees of the ground. Then what, I probably need to dot the movement vector. If I dot that against these guys. And then also do this. Billy made half sword, Xanamo, you 4 have iron butt. Yeah, it's it takes a lot of butt hours, you know? What have I done here? That's doing something. That ain't it. Alright, we could look at this another way. We could do this, right? Have these guys, blah, blah, blah. The only trouble is... Here. Maybe instead of rotate, because like when we say current step length, if our step is this long, right? That's one step length. If we then go up an incline, of the same length, you know, because it's like rotated shit. The XY, you know, it's shorter in the XY. Me too. So, when we say, you know, stride length or whatever, do we mean the absolute? Or do we mean the XY? Because, like, I guess if you... You know what I mean? I think we want to stay with this, so I think rotating is still the right thing to do. He's funny. It's gonna move it 50 units over. Ugh, I don't know, I might have to let my brain take a little tiny rest. How long have we been going? Only 5 hours? Ugh. Ugh, I'm so trash! Why am I so trash? No, it's fine. Well, I mean, all we have to do is... Well, all we have to do... we have to know... Well, yeah, I guess given our movement... Also, let's go debug values, right? Let's do our fucking target movement XY. Desired movement XY. Green for go, movement vector. So this is out. Wait, why is it not green? Oh, right. Yeah. Thanks, Grumple. Never thought I'd successfully leave Unity. Me neither. Although, to be fair, I never used Unity in the first place. Where are our debug boys? Oh, do I have to actually put in the owner into this test base actor? No. Yeah, it is draw debug string. Why does it not work? Does it only work in play? It do. It do only work in play. Kinda makes sense, I guess. Oh, now it's very cursed. Duration 0. Then if I eject, yeah, it doesn't. Well, look, at least they still show up. Right? Ugh, I don't know. I need to rest my brain, I think. I need the brain to have a tiny little rest. And then, oh, wow. My audio driver just crashed. Can you guys hear that? No? Can you hear me now? Super weird. Alright, well, yeah, I think we might wrap it up. For now. But all we really need to do, and I say this every time, all we need to do, no, we just need to get the stride, you know, this movement, but then if we're on a slope, we need to do this. But then if we're going down a slope, we need to do this. And if we're on, like, a combination of the two, we need to, like, I don't know, do some fucked up shit. But, I well, no, I don't know. Is this one, right? The one that goes like this. It never actually depends on the movement vector, right? Because whether we're still, I would say these are our feet, and we're like tilted, regardless of whether we're moving, you know, up a hill. Because yeah, when like if we're flat but we want to move up, I don't know, a step or something, we essentially do two separate things like this, right? But if we're like on a hill, then we start doing these ones, which makes more sense. So maybe the left-right offset is always static. And then obviously, depending on like the cross vector across the slope compared to our forward vector, because our hips are wide, and you know, as these are the hips, and like, you know, if we're on a 45-degree slope, the offset needs to be like this much. But then as we like turn the character around and the hips, you know, along the slope vector converge to like one point, in order to be 45 degrees, they only have to be like this far, you know, and then if they're like this, in order to make the 45-degree slope or whatever, they don't have to move at all. So, and I know how to get the slope vector. It's just the hit normal crossed with the up vector. The what's up vector. Yeah. So I should be able to figure that out. I'll probably do that tonight, but whatever. Let's raid. Let's raid it out. Who we do be raiding? Boo? B-O? B-O? Not zeros. We're gonna be raiding Boom. Thanks for the good stream, everyone. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you all learned something. I don't know. I definitely learned something. But yeah. See you guys tomorrow. Same time, same place tomorrow. Yeah. Alright. Goodbye. And to all the YouTube